Hello. Hello there. Hello, world. I'm drinking my cognitive enhancement mix. I'm opening the window. I'm currently listening to music. This No AI Pathfinder Epic Space Journey Ambient Music Sci-Fi Cinematic Music for Focus work by Ambient Civilization. It is great. Today I'm quite prepared. I might change the name of the stream instead of writing it here, because if you go to my YouTube channel and you look at my lives, you see that everyone is just the same image, the same explanation. Oh, this is crazy! I can see back in time. I can see everything. This is crazy. Oh, I forgot to share. Like, I can see back in time. It's kind of cool with just having Tistou TV and then a bunch of streams like this. Maybe I should change the name to Tistou Games instead of Tistou TV. This Tistou Games. And I guess this means I'm getting a new kind of logo, which is this one. Or Tistou Games AI TV. I'm not sure. I'll keep it for now, just as it is. It's kind of cool actually. Kind of powerful. Yeah. Let's share it live. And what am I doing today? Today it is Saturday. That's my wake up alarm. Today it's Saturday, and according to my new plan, it's sprint plan day. But I've kind of done sprint plan yesterday. So maybe I'll run through the plan and then see if I can get started. Or actually it might be more of a sprint plan, yeah. To be more direct, yeah. What I'm actually gonna do. yeah, my structure. New weekly work schedule. Saturday, sprint planning day. I will plan the work I will do next week, starting Mondays. I think that's what I'm gonna do. I don't know if, like, this is how IT development is done from what I have been told. But on this, like, on Anthropic or Grok, like SpaceX AI, that AI, I'm not sure if they do it the same way. They might do daily plans or do something else, or I don't know. I am very tempted to look at that message, but I'm gonna train my impulse now to not care about those messages, because my mission is more important. And usually messages on Facebook doesn't lead to successful business. I wonder if I should do the same on X, but X it's slightly different. No, I will also ignore the notifications on X. There, the stream has been shared. This is my cognitive enhancement mix. It's 5 milligrams of AAKG and 7 milligrams of creatine and 1.25 milligrams of Alcar. This is the first thing I eat in the morning. I haven't eaten anything before this. My stomach is completely empty. Today I am prepared. Yesterday I made a stream plan. I also made another note behind it when I'm done with the stream plan. So I'm gonna share with you some news right now in the beginning. This is my stream plan. It's just to inform you some things. I wrote this yesterday. I've never written a stream plan before during these recent streams. So yesterday I started work on the timeline of the whole game development. I was looking at, first I made post-its on up here and I positioned them like that, and we have there we have one big sprint and there's the next big sprint. That was the plan. And here are the 9 steps to achieve one big sprint. And the idea was, if I make one game in one big sprint for half of the time until release, and I have another big sprint, then I get 2 chances to succeed with the game. And that should be enough. Then I started looking at everything that, like yesterday I was also looking at listing all things that needed to be done, and it started to feel quite a lot. And I made this. I didn't stream when I made this, but it's basically a calendar. It goes from yesterday, which is the 12th of June. It goes past July to August to September, even to October, which is the packaging month, which is the deadline to be done completely with all of the software, the game. There are 142 days here, and I started to divide it up into these steps. Well, first I divided up in 2 big iterations and thought one big iteration could be June, July, and one could be August, September. But then I saw we have almost, well, we don't have almost, we have 15 weeks here. And that could almost be divided into 9 steps. So I gave 1 week for 1 step, and I also decided to put the planning, well, I didn't decide what I thought I was deciding, or at the time I was deciding to spend 3 days on the plan and then spend next week on developing full game mechanics, and then developing HQ. Why are they 2 identical? That's not necessary. This is more like it. So 1-2 weeks basically on 1 week to make the full game mechanics, all the game mechanics working. 1 week to increase the quality and incorporate AI to create assets. Then switch to working on my mapping tool, and then planning the mapping tool, then developing the mapping tool, and then planning the atelier, then developing the atelier, then populate the game with atelier, and then iterate on quality with atelier to produce a high quality game that is full. But when I look at this and I think 1 week to make all of the game mechanics that is going to be in the game, that felt very small. That felt like very pushed. When it's like, I'm not sure how many features I will actually be able to do. Maybe, well, some of it will come here when it comes to increasing the high quality parts and incorporating AI. And then I need to switch to make the whole mapping tool in 1 week. And previously I've made the house editor last year, and that took, I don't know, 1 month to make, and that's not complete. So everything in 1 week, it might not be possible at all. So when I thought about this, and then I'm gonna switch to making the atelier in just 1 week, well, I guess I have 1 week for planning and 1 week for development. So I guess there might be time, but if I make the planning stage less and the development stage more. And then I was thinking, like, if I follow this strict plan, it's kind of a waterfall method to make the whole plan and then following it. I was thinking maybe it's 50% chance I succeed of this and 50, and that in turn means 50% times, well, we can raise it. Can I raise it to my own? Yeah. So the plan I would probably succeed. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It is less than 1% chance of success with this plan. And yeah, it's just too much waterfall. It's just too much waterfall, and I started to get scary, because then I felt like, man, I might not be able to make the game in time. But then I thought, man, I have 142 days, and I should definitely, like, if I manually sit by Godot and just talk to ChatGPT about what should be in the game and what should not, then I will definitely be able to make a great game. And this didn't make sense to me. So I started drawing the days on the whiteboard. And so down there, I don't know how close we can get. Actually, let me take a photo and open up the photo. While the photo uploads, I'm gonna do 10 squats. It's better than 20 minutes of walking. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Backup is complete. There's a glare on my screen. Here is my whiteboard as it is right now, the big one. And down here you can see that I have written many days. From the 12th of June to July to August to September to October to November even. this is a long-term investment. Maybe I will start, like, time will slowly pass here. And then when I drew this up, it made it more clear about much time I have, like the numbers down there. Then I changed my mindset. I changed from thinking scary and stuff, like I won't be able to run 2 iterations. I won't fit making the game within 1 big iteration. How can I possibly make it fit? But then I thought, I'm just gonna release my control of my mind and just say, not only am I going to fit the game development inside a big iteration, I will finish the game even much earlier. Way before the deadline, I will finish the game. And this will help me scope down everything so it feels easy. So everything feels easy. There's no scariness, there's no desperation, there's no stress from timelines. Everything will feel easy and I'll be finished with the game much earlier. And then I laid in my sofa and I listened to Corporate Dreams, which is a great... I'm gonna show you. Great album on YouTube. This one. After a hard day's work, I usually listen to this. I sometimes listen to this one. It's really good. It's like relaxing, but still, you can still think about work, but you don't think about it in a I want to achieve something kind of way. It's more like reflecting about what I've done and just relaxing into, it's like a transition phase, just like this image going on in a car from work to home kind of situation, and it's night. So listening to that one, then I thought about iteration. I wanted to incorporate more iteration because that improves the chances of success of hitting a timeline. But I don't want to introduce context switching between projects because I have 4 pieces of software. I have the root AI piece of software, which is the system to use AI to develop. This is a growing AI by AI system. And then I have the Godot project itself, which is another piece of software. And then I'm gonna have a 3D mapping tool, which is a piece of software. And then I'm gonna have the Atelier, which is a piece of software. And at the end, I will end up with the Atelier writing the Godot project. Since the Atelier is like a game engine or a game populator. And I felt like, am I gonna switch between all of them in one sprint? That felt like too much. Context switching is not recommended in Agile. And I know why. Somehow I landed in something that felt like a solution at the time. I'm not sure if it is a solution, but maybe it is a solution. I would update the game version every week. Plus a little context switching. So this is what I came up with. every week on Friday I will create a build. So this Friday I will create the Jörn Mysterium game version 1, a playable build. And then next week I will produce Jörn Mysterium version 2. Then next week version 3, version 4, version 5, version 6, version 7, version 8, version 9, version 10, version 11, version 12, version 13, version 14, version 15. And then there's not enough time to work on the game because I need to start packing the game. So version 15 will be the final version of the game, and it will be built sprint by sprint, and I will run one sprint. I don't know if I should make one sprint 1 week or one sprint 2 weeks. If I have 2 weeks, the thing that I think will happen is that I will not push myself as much. It will be harder to time estimate things, but I will have to do less sprint planning. But I kind of wanted to make more sprint planning because I'm anxious about hitting the deadlines. And if I can do sprint planning every week, then at the end of next week I can look at what I've done, and I can think about the whole plan again and maybe replan or improve the plan somehow. And I will the more sprints, the more iterations I do, the faster I learn. So doing maybe 3 sprints, this one, this one, this one, will get me into a kind of a knowledge mode where I'm a person who knows these kinds of sprints after 3 sprints. But if I have 2 weeks per sprint, then I will take this sprint and this sprint and this sprint until I know, and then we're almost halfway. Then it starts to get scary. So if I run 3 sprints in this short amount of time, I will feel like I have plenty of time. And I'll just there is still less work to prioritize into doing every sprint, but I just think that this is the best way to do it. It is pushing it a bit, but I think it is the best way to do it, because 2 week sprints, that I don't jam with that. The frequency is too slow. It becomes too easy in a sense. Too simple. I don't know. Can't explain it. But this will put me in a kind of stressful state. 1 week sprints are tough, because I constantly feel like it's not enough time to do anything. But if I can get into this tempo, then I can follow this tempo even after the game, and I can work very fast. And the thing is, I become even more agile. The shorter the sprint, the more agile you become. The less waterfall you become. The higher likely to hit deadlines. But also you have to divide up epics. So if a task would take 2 weeks, then I would have to divide it into at least 2 things. But if I had a 2 week sprint, then I could have an epic that is 2 weeks long. But I think when I have this focus on AI, and the whole point is to make micro tasks the whole point is divide things up so small that an AI can just one-shot a task in 5 minutes. I think it might be good to have a small sprint as possible, or to divide tasks more, even though it takes more work. Because I think I need that mindset to develop great AI systems. Dividing tasks or goals. So I landed on this kind of iteration, and then plus a little context switching every sprint. But it needs to be relevant to the feature I'm developing more directly. This keeps me from going into theory and keeps my feet on the ground, making practical tools and not theoretical tools. So I made a kind of simple sprint plan, or with the current stuff that I need to do and the next things that I need to do in the next sprint. So I have a preparation for what I'm gonna focus on next, and so I know why I'm doing this current thing. And I also know what's coming next after that, which is to continue this big iteration. But it's not necessarily big iterations anymore, so I might remove these ones and instead do it feature by feature. So in this, I will not only have a version 1 of the Jörn Mysterium, I might even have a version 1 of the root AI plan, and I might have some piece of software as well, either the 3D mapping tool or the atelier, or both. So what I did is, not only am I running in sprints, I also divided the days. Let me see if I can show. Here. Can you see? Kind of. So today is sprint planning, and the next one doesn't have anything to do with stuff, with developing software. Monday has nothing to do with software, and then I follow the sprint plan. And the sprint plan is effectively just 3 days. And the first day is focused on the most important thing, grounding myself and actually upgrade the game. So next week, I'm doing the sprint plan later today, but it will probably be to make a Godot project and just make some features. Like, I will basically do a sprint plan to see what might I be able to do, and I'll look at my feature list and my plan. Actually, the first step is to make a plan, not to make the game. So we might make something special today, that maybe I will not do sprint planning today. Maybe I will just do listing game mechanics or something. Or I'll make a very simple sprint plan where I put planning of the game features here and game mechanics, so game design stuff. And then after that, I'm gonna upgrade the root AI. And on this day I will probably make some tests for Quen to write Godot software. From specifications. And make some kind of initial system. Or I might plan the root AI system, the first feature on how it will work. The harness basically is a piece of software, and then develop that software. Or maybe I will just test Quen without any software to get more data in order to then design the software with better knowledge. And then we come to upgrade software tools, which is not the root AI software. It's focused on either the 3D mapping or the atelier. This means that every sprint I can decide if I should make the atelier or not. Make some feature for the atelier or not. Or if I need the time to work on the 3D map tool. And then on Friday becomes the building day, where I build the game and I look at the big picture overview to see that I'm hitting a timeline, hitting the deadlines. And then I can think about, like I review the build. I don't know if that should be 3, but review builds maybe. So I can review both the game, the root AI, and whatever software I've been developing. So it's kind of a sprint review and slowing down kind of day, which I had yesterday, which worked well with corporate dreams theme and stuff. So since that worked well yesterday, I thought maybe I'll do that next week as well. And then today, Saturday, is like preparing for next week, but not thinking in making work. Instead thinking of an actual practical plan of these are the exact things that I will do. And then after I've done those things, I'll come to the review. I can see if my sprint planning was well done, if I'm doing the right things, and if I'm doing it the right way. So there's a lot of the time has really been split up into many different parts, which each one is important. And I think, well, this has to be leverage tasks, this one and this one. Not necessarily this one, well, yes, but it's an essential leverage task. Root AI, the point of making root AI is to become faster at making the game. So because later on in sprints, if I upgrade the root AI system enough, and I come into July, and I can spend tokens, I can use Claude, can use then the Tuesdays to upgrade the game will basically be just looking at, it will be like saying something to AI, like, I want you to focus on this feature now. Done. And then it starts working, and then it will work behind the scenes while I do upgrade root AI and software. It will work continually. On my computer, Quen can run continually, and when I'm sleeping. And on Friday we will just build whatever has been created. So a continuous delivery on Friday. And then I'll upgrade the root AI on Friday as well, maybe, or on Wednesday I'll upgrade it. And then Thursdays, it's also a leverage task, but it's necessary because Well, sometimes it's the 3D mapping tool, and the 3D mapping tool is necessary because when I counted how much time it's going to take to make the 3D map of a 2 times 2 kilometer area, this town, that would take a long time, several months of work, at least 1 month. So then I decided I can make this house building tool, which is a part of the 3D map building tool, where I can feed in data from vector data from Swedish authorities on where houses are, and then I'll make 3D models of those, diorama style, and then I decorated the town with bushes and trees and benches and stuff. And that's it. That's what that software is supposed to do. So after this one, it leads to a 3D map. When it's a 3D, it either leads to a new, actually that's not a good way to think of it. It shouldn't lead to a new 3D map every time, but I kind of want to ground it to results. One thing that is not perfect with this plan is that it's so tight. If something happens and I need to do something, I don't know, like if I lose Thursday, what do I do then? Do I just not do that? Or if I end up having to do something on Tuesday, do I push the upgrade game to another day, or do I just work on other things? I think it will be okay because the sprints are so short and I can review, so I can lose one sprint. I will not lose the whole sprint, but I will lose one sprint, lose the goal of one sprint of doing all the tasks that sprint. And then I can review how it went, and that next sprint I can plan. Yeah, we'll see how it goes. You know, life happens, but you can't really plan for life happens. If you could plan for life happens, then life wouldn't happen. Then there wouldn't be any life happens. Then it would be life planned. Yeah, so that's the new way of thinking. And yeah, I also have these kind of preliminary plans or high level focus plans on what I need to do right now in this sprint, like what I need to do right now and what I need to do next, and not go into details of all the things that I can possibly do here. That means I can adjust and I still know the next step. And I know why I need to do this, and the next step makes sense. And then I could, if I want to, I can think about how the next step connects to the coming steps. Today I could also potentially write out these ones. I was thinking of making these into nice documents, like in GIMP. I can design them because they contain principles and guidelines that are supposed to be like core to everything that I do. Yeah. So I feel like I succeeded in scoping down, and I took highly unlikely to succeed to highly likely to succeed. I think the new system makes me more scope aware, and it grounds me into the Godot project, so I'm very knowledgeable about the architecture and the Godot project. And in the worst case scenario, I will not use AI at all, and I will just develop the game manually. That will probably not happen. I don't know if it will work, so I will test it at least for 1 week and then review the result. And when I did it, I felt like I was reinventing agile iteration again and again. Like, because I've gone through this process not every time I'm planning, but so many times when I've been planning games and other things. I've gone through this process of trying to do it waterfall and then thinking about it and then gradually coming into an agile framework. One thing though that is the risk might be created is that I create a lot of legacy code and it must be refactored, that the system needs to be redesigned. And that is not too bad. It's going to waste time, but it's not too bad. If I think in modules, the more I think in modules, I haven't written that somewhere, but if I think in modules as much as possible, then it's easy to remove a model, change a model, module, etc. But also making more modules creates a lot more code, that needs to be upkept and updated. It's when you don't have a lot of modules, when you just have one piece of code, then you can just change in one place and everything will start using that. But if you have a module with an API with connections, then if you change something in module, you have to change the API and you have to change the connection. Like, there's more, and if you have a lot of modules, it might be a cascading kind of thing. If you change this one, you need to change this one, you need to change this one, and then you need to change this one. So that's why I really try to think through the planning, like the waterfall, like the part of waterfall where you think through the whole kind of project and try to make a plan for the whole project. I think that's still very much necessary to do. And that's why the whole next sprint will just be planning and listing features, unless I'm done with that today. No, I think I'll put that as tasks in the next sprint. And then, because that will be a smooth way to get into the sprint. Because I'm still in planning mode in my brain. So if I change to dev mode and sprint mode, it's 2 stress factors. But if I just change to sprint mode and keep my plan mode, then that's less stress. And then the next sprint I go into dev mode. Or the sprint after that, when I got money to do hardcore development with Cloud Code or whatever. Yeah. Next sprint, coming sprint will still be a plan sprint. So I will smooth into it. And I have time to smooth into it. I have time to kind of feel out the first sprint, I think. So this whole plan is outdated, but Sunday is non-developing day and Monday is non-developing day as well. What color do I have? This one. I'm not sure of spending my Monday on the admin tasks because Monday kind of primes me for the week, like it's the start of the week. I don't know where else to put it. Potentially maybe everything on Sunday. I could potentially move admin to Sundays. Yeah, that sounds much better. I'm gonna remove, because then I'm not gonna do this stuff either. I'm just gonna do admin. And on this day, it's from this post-it stickiness. Oh my god, it's hard to get rid of. How should I get rid of this? How do I get rid of this sticky? It's not sticky. It's ink. Okay, that part seems to be have gone now. Okay, if you press really hard, it seems to be just disappearing. Or maybe it's because the liquid was penetrating and dissolving it. Non-game studio either, because that's production. Game studio work. Game studio work. Okay, I kind of feel like it's better now. Because then I can take Sunday and just spend Sunday very casually looking for 5 jobs, going through my emails, and I'll probably be done in an hour or 2, and the rest of the Sunday I'm free. I don't have to do anything. The sprint plan is already done for the next week. I don't have to do anything. Why I also like this is because this morning I hallucinated my alarm clock sound. The alarm clock sound. And I've noticed that is like one of my first triggers that I'm overworked or stressed or something. Then after that, if I keep pushing, I either start to feel like things are going to hit my face, like I don't want things near my face, and if I continue even further, then I might hear ringing in my ears sometimes, like a spider sense or something. Good, I think, yeah, so that was the stream plan for today, what I wanted to explain. Now, I don't know if I'm gonna use this there's not gonna be a big iteration, but at the same time I want as fast as possible to finish the game. I think it's I'll change these ones to backlogs. It's still a backlog to plan the game. It's a backlog to plan the map. Backlog to plan full atelier. There's gonna be a lot of tabs in this Google Sheet if I use these long names. I'm just gonna set BG or BL or B for backlog. Plan game make or plan Godot. Plan everything that's gonna be done in Godot. The backlog for plan 3D map. Yeah. Plan atelier. Dev game. Dev game. Root AI. Just root AI. Now I have lots more. I'm gonna put these 9 steps into the full plan. And I still like this image. It reminds me of a mindset of still all the work that needs to be done is connected to each other. For now, I will put this here. And then I can get rid of this one. Nice. I can't combine the timeline with the full plan because the timeline needs this small sized. Maybe I actually can. It would be nice. Would be very nice to have this bigger plan here together with the full plan. But there is a lot of information here still. I can rename it to timeline though. can rename to overview. It was so shouting before. It was so much shouting before. Now I have, this is much nicer, much nicer. Backlog, plan Godot, plan 3D map, plan interior, dev. Oh, here I can see all of them, nice. And what I will do today is I will copy this one. I'm thinking maybe I need a sprint planning tool because I wanted to add ID numbers to every story. User story. But maybe I don't need ID numbers. Yeah. Done is better than perfect. This would be Sprint GM version 1. To keep the focus. The definition of done will still be a plan. So Jörn Mysterium version 1 will just be a complete plan. Unless I can finish the plan today. Maybe, maybe not. Depends on how much time and AI I have. I duplicated it so I can delete anything I want. List all goals here from mechanics whiteboard. That's from the whiteboard. I don't need to do that. Mind map of all game features. Mind map field and photograph. Yeah. But we can make it even easier. Mind map of Groundhog Day features. That's what I need to do first, I think. And when it comes to root AI, figure out what Quen needs. Test Quen on Godot development. That's root AI stuff. That's Wednesday work. Fill the big whiteboard with a whole plan for the game. That is not a sprint task. That is a task for Friday. So Maybe I'll make a separate, like Friday. When is the next? I want the month as abbreviated. Day without leading 0. I don't want these ones. I want something more pure, just a space. There we go, that's nice. Let's put it like that. That was yesterday. And this is 19th. Let's see if we can figure out 19 plus 7. That is 26. Yep, it worked. And it's gonna go all the way to to 15. So we are one advanced here, so we'll go to row 14. No? 16? Yeah. Build game. Build big picture overview. Review builds. Did it say builds? Yeah, builds. Or review work, I feel like. I'm gonna put a note. Make a build every week. The game is done every week. Big picture overview. Take a listen to corporate dreams. Relax in sofa. Think about the week. Think about the whole project. The biggest pictures. See the biggest pictures. And this one is gonna have play the game. Use root AI. Make a 3D map. populate game with atelier. Yeah. Make the game with atelier. Upgrade again. That's like, yeah. This might evolve into playtesting, but we're not gonna add playtesting. Converts a table, isn't this whole thing a pay table? No, we don't need all of that jazz. And here I can write whatever I want. It's free. Free real estate. This should be not a sprint. It should be the whole game. All of the sprints. Which means I'm gonna fit 15 sprints down here. Maybe. Sprints. Good. Right, I was making that one in order to put this there. It's a suggestion. Disable table suggestions. Now we can remove this. And then when we've made the Groundhog Day features on that whiteboard, I might be able to do that today. It's more important that I do all of this than I do this. So maybe next sprint will be completely focused. No, I think even though it looks like a lot of tasks, but it's very divided up into small tasks. So I really don't get why this is getting white background. Oh. This is Groundhog Day mechanics. It's not a priority. So, walkable scenes. That's part of this game design document stuff. Full feature list come before interaction design? After interaction design? After interaction design. Before. I feel like it must come before. Oh, then it should come before. Oh. I was thinking we were doing complete game design, then interaction design of the point and click, then complete the game design of driving, interaction of the drive. Okay. That makes sense. Optimization method comes after feature list. But before the full architecture. And feature priority comes after that. I'm not sure if I need time estimations. Time estimations is to become better at estimating time and to communicate to others about time and gathering skills. I might not use it on the first sprint. I think that's what we will do. Can I insert a drawing or an image? I can make a drawing. Cool. Then I can just make this little no time estimation in the first sprint. I want the background to be much nicer, much more. Oh, here it is. Cool. Then I don't need that one either. I don't need, I can just delete all that. That makes it easier. And I also don't need, but I want a kind of a divider. So here I can write no time estimation in the first sprint. There we go. That's the work I have in front of me, and there are no images left or of ideas of what I should put. Done with the stream plan stuff. Then I have backlog, 5-month calendar timeline. Talk to Gemini about making it fast. Oh, I was thinking of talking to Gemini about making this whole setup faster, but I felt it was just as fast to do it manually. I didn't want to learn new things, I needed to get things done. And now we just have game engine features there. Is there anything else missing in this backlog? If I make with full feature game mechanics. This is game design. I'll finish the Groundhog Day features, and when that's done I should be able to take that image, feed it into Gemini to create the GDD version 1. Here I was thinking of yeah, I'm gonna talk to Gemini because it's more about me learning and integrating in my mind all the features that we need and features that we don't need. So yeah, it is work on the mind map. It's easier to just talk to Gemini and then write on the whiteboard, updating it, going feature by feature. And then when Gemini feels like, oh yeah, this is a good plan, then I start to talk to ChatGPT about it. Maybe the correct way is to talk to Gemini and write on whiteboard. That's the work. Is it the same? Yeah, oh right, I focus on the point and click first. Then I focus on driving. Oh, this is good. Very good plan, Tistou. Good job. And then I focus on Groundhog Day. This is the first one's gonna take a lot of time though. It's going to take a lot of time. Game design of the Groundhog Day features. I have a lot of features on the computer I might want to look through, or I might make the simplest version ever. But I might use Gemini on my computer. Use Gemini on computer to ask for ideas in the files regarding Groundhog Day. It's getting a bit messy because this means I'm gonna talk to Gemini and work on the mind map. Anyway, square whiteboard photographs. There we go. And then I was thinking of doing interaction design on square whiteboard. Yeah. Clean the square whiteboard and draw just the focused interaction design. And it's the same thing. Square whiteboard photograph, wait. I should copy these ones first here. Complete interaction design for driving. And also Groundhog Day. Okay. And then after that I should have a lot of photographs of whiteboards with a bunch of game design features listed, mind maps. It doesn't say mind maps here. It should say mind map. Make mind map. Mind map. Mind map. Mind map. Is there an easier way to do this? I could make a new column, say this is mind map. Let's see what happens. That's another mind map. Cool, it seemed to work quite well. Make mind map. Or just mind map. That's game design. Boop. Mind map. Mind map. Mind map. I'm starting to feel like this should be put here. Yeah, mind map photograph. It doesn't need to be on the square whiteboard. It needs to be a photograph of a mind map, or it actually just needs to be a mind map. It can be a digital, but it doesn't need to be a photograph. But it goes for all of the game design features, but not for the interaction design. This needs to be like more like wireframes. Map. It's not really definitional done though. Like it's not clear what kind of. It's better with photograph. Yeah. It's important to agree on the definition of done before the sprint is done. Before the sprint is started, I mean. Because we don't want to deliver things that future has not. And this works. The photograph works. I can feed it into AI, and then later on we'll get a feature list. Yeah. Good interaction design, mind maps, interaction design, mind maps, interaction design. Cool. Cool. So GDD version 1 is a mind map. So this becomes more like the game design document. Where it's written in text. Yeah, something like that. What do we have definitions of done on these ones? 3D map optimization method, add optimization feature as in feature list. That is upgraded Google document. Create optimization arc and architecture docs. This I don't need because it's going into the architecture here, which is gonna take all the features and make architecture from the features. Unless I might need to do the same thing as here, but with here. This The architecture work can be divided into point and click driving Groundhog Day. Yeah. Yep. But it's the same document because the architecture needs to speak to each one of them, but we can separate them. Yeah, I think that's a good way to work with the context of the AI. I'm gonna suggest to do that. No, this one should first be point and click, and then it should be driving, and then it should be Groundhog Day. Making work as modular as possible, so it's easy to add features one by one. And the full architecture Google document should be complete Godot project architecture plan, each file and the prompt to create the file to send to software agent. Or maybe not have the prompt in the plan. Each file and the prompt to create. Maybe that's a good idea, but maybe it becomes too big of a context to do it at once. Feature complete game requires document a detailed list of. Oh wait, I've been streaming for 1 hour and 42 minutes. It's time for my next batch of cognitive enhancement. And a creatine flex, a stretch, and a toilet time. Mix done. Now I feel like I need some kind of break to clear my mind. Maybe I'll change the music or not listen to that music at least. And then I think it's just... I'm gonna read this though. Feature complete game mechanics document. A detailed list of all features. Right. A complete Godot project architecture plan. Each file and prompt to create the file to send to software agent, and that should be down here. It's not clear exactly the specifications on the architecture plan. I could potentially write the prompt. Like writing a user story is like writing the prompt to get something done. Complete Godot project architecture plan. Each file and the prompt to create the file to send to software agent. It's not clear. It doesn't say the like the architecture doc is not specified what it should contain. Write architecture doc prompt. Should this be a Google Doc or just a TXT? Where should it be? Where should this prompt be? Should it just be fed into the... Let's make it a Google Doc. Architecture contains all files in the Godot project to create the game mechanics and reusable a complete structure of how to of all essential parts so the game can be populated with all content. After the architecture is developed, there should be no need to create any script or any custom-made assets. All work should just be to add in content or change content. That's it. Each file should come with a specification what that file does. Maybe this work can probably be divided up into more granularity, like pseudocode or signal standards, or what was it called? Signal signatures. I think create the architecture with granularity levels. Signal signatures, pseudo code, etc. So the goal hierarchy is still in the specification, even though it's not developed in real AI system. Have the AI look and research about granularity and micro tasks from high level of feature list to a single function, single script file. If Quen can't handle single script file, we'll have to we'll just add a layer of granularity and small leaf goals, something like that. Right, architecture doc prompt. Maybe research architecture granularity in general first. Yes. So research architecture granularity first to get a standard of levels in the goal hierarchy of the architecture, and then I'll just copy that one. That will also be a Google document, something like that. Okay, good. Each feature must be detailed how it's implemented in the architecture. Yep. Each feature is connected to one or more files or settings in Godot. This document will be used by a software AI to develop all the code and necessary files to run the whole game. It does not contain content, just enough to test the game mechanics with players. Tistou needs to be able to review the code that the AI produces, and so. He must have this document to understand what should be done and the whole interconnectivity of the architecture. Thus, the architecture must be as simple as possible. Okay, good. Very good, very good, very good. That is the first sprint. That is the work I have in front of me for the whole of next week. And maybe I'll start with this today. Good. Now I can take a break. Now I can take a break because now we got it completed. And I can relax. 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 I can even close this down. I'm a little bit reluctant to close this down, but I will have in my mind that I can potentially work on Groundhog Day features when my break is over. Oh, I didn't stream my screen, but okay. Here's the final sprint backlog. All the things, it's just to create a plan. There's a plan to create a plan, or several plans. And then we have some root AI work, but we don't have any upgrade software tools work in this one. Well, a little bit here when it comes to optimization. But I think in this sprint we will skip the kind of standard setup of dividing Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday into upgrading different tools. I was just thinking that it might be good to do it, focus one day on one thing, because then context switching within one day might not be good. But it might also be good to let me decide what I want to do in the future. So I might not use that dividing after all to anything. I might just make sure I get everything done in the sprint before the sprint is complete, before the sprint is done. So I would complete these one by one, and I would scratch them out and deliver these things, and they will probably, all of them will be on my Google Drive, and I will have a super perfect architecture plan of every feature for the game and every file for the game mechanics of the game, not the assets but all the essentials and all of the standard assets kinds of things. Like maybe I'll make a scene which is just the background. Of a scene, and then a scene that is a button, and then a scene that is a da-da-da, then a scene that I should add this to research. I kind of feel like I should combine these two. Yep. Think about how Godot handles modularity with scenes that can be templates for things like a button or a icon, character, etc. So everything is very modular. Godot style. So everything is very modular. That's it. Boop. Okay, now can I close this now? Am I forgetting something? I'm just going through the mindset of I'm going to do all this work next week until Friday. And on Friday I will review all of this work. Did I complete it? Did I not complete it? What went according to plan? What did not went according to plan? Etc. etc. And I think I will be ahead of schedule. I think this will just take a couple of days, but I guess I just have 3 days to do it anyways. Okay, good. I guess that is it. I get that is it. Okay. What do I do now to rest and recover from my flow state? Is it like last day that after I drink this I basically do my exercise? And this is such a cool thing because I can look back in time and see what happened. It's crazy. I should probably have a clock, a time or something to get accurate time. Let's get rid of the glare. Last videos. Okay. Yesterday I streamed for almost 5 hours. Started off nude, not completely nude, drinking, and then I looked at social media. I talked about the whiteboard. I incorporated a bunch of images into making tasks, and I was looking into flow, right? Yeah, at this time I had just finished converting all the images and ideas to backlog. And I was asking about flow, and then I discussed with Gemini what I should be doing. Can I see the time somewhere? I cannot see time anywhere. But it was 2 hours and 33 minutes. Well, it doesn't say exactly when I was streaming. Oh, it doesn't say the exact time I was streaming. I see. But 2 hours and 33 minutes after a long piece of work. Actually, here is when I was cooking. What? I was training here? Oh, I was just doing one sun salutation, right? That's a good break. I could do that. And then get back to work. That was when I drank the stuff and I made sun salutation. Then I went back to work to do the last thing. But that just took... Okay, I guess that took half an hour or something. 1:45 until 2:15. So 30 minutes of work. And then I looked at flow and I decided... what did I decide? I decided to... start to write things on the whiteboard. You probably got an idea. Come on, Vin. I have a good internet. And then I started to train. Cool, I haven't seen this. I can review my movements if I want to. Alright, okay, so that's what I was doing. So I did some work after drinking my caffeine for half an hour, and then my mind was completely exhausted. So then I did exercise. And then I was showering. And then I was cooking. And then I ate while I was looking at some social media. Kind of wrapping things up, I guess. Guess that was an efficient day. Good job. My shoulders might have recovered from the Kundalini tough one. Now this is cold enough to drink. My mind is quite exhausted. Like, should I be drinking this now? I should be drinking it before bedtime, like a long way before bedtime. Now I'm seeing a mosquito or something. More like a fly, I think. Because this will give me caffeine. I'm not sure if it is good for my recovery. Maybe it makes me I'm gonna drink it today. Should I just do wall staring? Or something, just look out the window. I just realized it's Saturday today. People are like, it's warm, it's sunny, and there's something in the air. Something like it's sunny. It's like vacation feeling outside. But I'm only doing vacation if it improves my success in the AI race. I'm constantly checking. I feel I check like every 10 seconds or something. If I have rested enough to get back to work, and it's constantly no. You still have to rest more. No, you still have to rest more. No, you still have to rest more. And then I ask myself. I don't use words. I don't think in words, but I ask myself. Okay, then what should I do? What is relax? What is best relax? What is the best relax? What do I want? What do you want to do? What I want to do? That requires most relaxation. Like what is the ultimate relaxation? What is the ultimate recovery method? What is the fastest recovery method? I could be doing other things like that are adjacent to benefits. Like I could watch Elon Musk's tweets about AI or like general AI stuff, but I don't really want to distract myself. Like, I don't want to create another momentum for something else. I don't really want to create, I don't want to look at emails, I don't want to read AI news. I want to consume or just have fun or something. I'm a little bit hungry, so it would be nice to eat something, but it's not on my schedule. I eat after training. Maybe I can think, like, I can go to a next level of work. Next level work. Like, I'm not reviewing, like I'm doing reviewing my work, but not following a rigid structure of reviewing. Not following any kind of scrum structure, but more like reviewing everything at once, kind of. Just whatever pops in my head is allowed to pop up. Like, is this the perfect time to drink caffeine? What is the halving time of caffeine? I would like to know. But I don't want to do any work to get that information. Because now I'm resting. I'm like resting my executive functions. There's probably something that I could do that will pop up in my head, which would be the last thing to do before training. Maybe it's something related to Quen or Root AI. Or maybe it's something related to the timeline and my whiteboard. Or something related to how I work in general every day. Maybe it's something related to the future. Creating chips. Creating AI chips. Creating potato chips. Potato AI. Can caffeine improve consolidation? I feel like I'm getting caffeine from the green tea. Slowly it's coming into my system. Or maybe quite quickly because my stomach is quite empty. It activates, the caffeine sticks to the adenosine receptors in the brain that creates a tiredness. And keeps the adenosine network from activating. But if sleep is consolidation of memories and adenosine is used to activate a network for sleep. Shouldn't it be better if I let the adenosine activate this network? What is the point of the caffeine? It's really good for consolidation. Drink caffeine. The memories get consolidated in a different way without adenosine network. Maybe it's a new way of doing things, a new optimal way of doing things. Maybe it's not natural. Maybe it's the next natural. It's the next step of evolution. I want sugar. I'm getting a slight sugar craving, not a lot, but eating like chocolate cake, strawberries, whipped cream. I'm getting quite relaxed to be able to work on something, but I'm not sure what it should be. I'm not gonna check my mails or look for a job or that stuff, because I moved that to Sundays. I do that in one chunk. I'm probably gonna unsubscribe to a bunch of newsletters on Sunday, so I don't get hundreds of emails to go through on a Sunday. Or maybe I'll do that on Sunday. I kind of feel like looking at some Elon Musk recording, like maybe some theoretic, like AI hierarchy, root AI stuff. I think some root AI stuff I could think about. In large, like theoretically, or I could read about Quen, 2.5 coder. I could read about, there's a new model on Kimi, but I think that's cloud-based. But I might be able to use some of my funds budget to use a cheap coder model. But then again, I'm thinking like, if I use the latest Claude Fable or something, it will use Claude Haiku and Sonnet for some tasks, which saves tokens. And it will use its AI to select which task should be delegated to, which goals should be delegated to those simpler models. And that means they will probably make a smarter decision than I can, and it will do so automatically. So I don't have to delegate anything. I will just ask Fable, can you make this Godot project with this architecture? And it will just follow the whole architecture and make the whole game, make the game mechanics for the game. And maybe we'll focus feature by feature. That was one of the initial plans that I was thinking of doing during June, to only focus on planning in June. And then in July starts to develop. I could also think about if I should start a company or if I should start a Lemon Squeezy account. Because with Lemon Squeezy I might be able to set up Stripe payments so people can pre-order the game. I might think about marketing or packaging, but these things go on Monday. Production. Or maybe these things should go on Saturday after sprint plan. Maybe production work should be done now. Because the sprint plan is done. Saturday, I've done the sprint plan. And that was the plan for today. To do the plan for next week. To make the plan for the game. Three plans. 3 levels of plans. Every level in the hierarchy of goals is a new plan. A piece of information is like a plan. I should I think I should look into production to make sure that I'm up to date on all the other things. Maybe, but I shouldn't get into details, or I should make sure that they are not forgotten or something. Maybe I can plan the work I'm gonna do on Monday regarding production. And it's a separate checklist. It's not part of the sprint. It's like a 1-day sprint. Or I could just have a to-do list that I do as a production, but I have to regularly prioritize it. I wonder how, I really want to know how Elon Musk plans 5 minutes Like, what kind of system is he using? Does he write, like, does he pull up his mobile phone and write, these 5 minutes I'm going to do that, this 5 minutes I'm going to do that, da, 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 da. And how many minutes does it take to write what to do during those 5 minutes? And why has he chosen to work in 5 minutes increments? Why not 50 or 10? I wish someone could interview him about his task management system. Maybe he uses AI. Maybe he has a phone or AI. He talks to AI in the morning of the day or something. Or the evening. Maybe I can make an even better system. Maybe I can make an even better system. Even more optimal. I think I wish I could measure my levels of cortisol, because then I could see when in the morning when my cortisol has dropped, and I can drink caffeine, because caffeine makes it possible to work faster once you have a good plan. Once you have a good plan. What are some other things that I need to do to make sure? The game is to be developed, and I need to design the package. Designing the packages goes very fast because I've done that before and I know design. It does take probably less than a week, so maybe one sprint. So I could probably do that in October during packaging, unless I need it earlier. Something that I need to do is think about marketing. When my marketing plan, what should I do and when should I start my marketing plan? I have files on my computer with a bunch of ideas of marketing. Another idea I can do is to research the month of November more. I could call someone and ask what happens during November. It's not really necessary. I could look at images on November. I could do anything. I can watch a movie, a noir movie. I don't feel like doing that. I could listen to music. I could listen to my AI by AI music. Or I could start training. But I kind of want to let my brain get all of the blood for recovery. When is a good time to do training? I think the tempo of the training is more important. I don't want to train when I'm too relaxed, like after I've done reconciling. So I think I should do one more work sprint. Yeah, I think I'm starting to feel like I have recovered now, that I can do something. But the question is what I should be doing. If I go to kind of my root goal, or something even further, what is my purpose? What is my purpose? My life philosophy is becoming as happy as possible, as long as possible. So it's either learning more about happiness, or learning more about sustainability, to sustain happiness state, or to produce happiness in the future. And what makes me happy is to make a game. Yeah, that's really why I want to make the atelier, because I don't really enjoy working in a game engine. I think game engines are too, they're not designing tools, they are developing tools. They have a lot of features, a lot of things, a lot of abstraction, a lot of elemental particles. Too many elemental particles, where you can make anything, which is good, but it's not the work that I enjoy. It's almost the work that I enjoy. Or, well, to be honest, I really enjoy it when I don't feel stressed. I enjoy working in Godot, doing anything. Programming, setting up scenes. If there is no stress, then I enjoy it. The command that I have had to my Claude code before, which was, I felt it was quite clever, was during the cron jobs, the regular cron jobs, on specific times of the day, every 6 hours. The computer automatically started up Claude code, gave it a prompt, which is something like, find the leverage task to secure the release of a successful game, of Jörn Mysterium as a successful game. And then do that. And that's probably, well, that's like, currently that doesn't happen because I ran out of tokens. Well, my financial crisis in June, but it will be solved the 26th of June. And then I even have more budget for compute. I can get the max plan instead of the pro plan. The pro plan is $20. The max plan is like $200 or something like that. But I don't know if it's worth it. Firstly, I've been using Claude and it works well, but I don't know, it's expensive. Claude Opus has been expensive. And I've used the most expensive model because I focused on I wanted the highest quality possible, and I didn't want to take a risk to create garbage. And I also think that the AI was not doing a good enough job anyways. Well, maybe good enough, but it wasn't delivering extremely high quality and everything. So I felt like even the best model is not quite enough. I could think about the future of Claude and Grok Build and all of these, and think about how can my root AI theory be an enhancement towards this instead of being competition. Like it could be some kind of more general system that can connect to Cloud Build, connect to Cloud Code, connect to OpenAI's coming agentic stuff, or connect to Gemini CLI. It can be like a system, just a system, like a prompt. Maybe a piece of software that can run functions that the AI can use. A piece of software designed for AI. That might be something. Sounds novel, sounds new. I haven't heard about that before. A piece of software designed for AI. For AI to... That's basically the harness. That's been done before. That is being done. But a new level of software, not the LLM model, and not the CLI, and not the harness. Instead, something else. A piece of software that connects three things. It connects Godot, it connects the human, and it connects the harness, which is either Cloud Code or Grok Build or Gemini CLI. This piece of software has 3 APIs. It has 3 APIs. One for Godot, one for the LLM, one for the human. Or am I thinking too practical, too narrow-minded? Maybe I can think bigger and not just think Godot. The third piece of the software is, what do you call it? What can you call this piece of software? It connects the human, it connects the AI, and it connects the result. Human collaborates with AI to produce a result. The human is the governor, the AI is the worker, the result is the wish of the human, or better than the wish of the human. The system starts to feel so powerful that it becomes boring. Like it feels like a superpower or something. It feels like a God situation. And then it starts to become kind of boring or something. And then I want to root it to something that's fun. And I think it's either game development or space. Because one of the problems here on Earth is that if you want to do something, you gotta both rent or buy or take a space on Earth to do it, unless you're doing like game and simulation and stuff. Then you just go into the computer and you basically play a game that doesn't affect the world. But if you're gonna affect the world, you need some space in the world. And if you're gonna do it on Earth, you're gonna need to buy or rent or take that space from the owner. And since all the country, like I don't know if there's any space that is outside of government, but most space is inside some kind of country. So you gotta follow the regulations of that country in order to do things at that space on Earth. But if you're thinking bigger, if you're thinking space, we need a new English word for space. In Sweden we have rymd, which nobody uses rymd to describe like a volume or an area. That's not how it's. Rymd means outside Earth, the black stuff. And that's where you can do things without taking something from someone, without asking for permission from government, without buying something, without renting something, since nobody owns, so nobody has claimed, for example, some ground on the moon or Mars. On the moon is gonna be more tricky than Mars, because people on Earth and governments on Earth are going to have, they're gonna say things about the moon, they're gonna have regulations, there's gonna be, control there. And Mars is further away and you cannot really see it from Earth. At least I don't remember. It's very small. Look at it. It's like the same size as a star or something like that. So it matters much less what you do there. And it has an atmosphere, and it has more gravity. It's not as foreign as the moon, I think. Even though the moon is closer, Mars is more similar to Earth. Anyway, so, and then it just continues. Like if you can go further from Mars, there are solar systems and planets and everything that no human is claiming. Like they're not trying to control anything. So if you can go to a planet somewhere, then you can just do what the fuck you want. You don't have to get permissions from someone, you don't have to collaborate with someone. But you do have to kind of create your own country in a sense, because you like, since it's anarchy in space, you gotta be able to defend yourself. Like it's not gonna be beautiful. It's like when Columbus. Now I have a teenager driving one of those cars with a red triangle and very low rider playing their music. Bumping the underside of the car towards in the bumpy asphalt. Anyways, In space we have anarchy. In space we have anarchy. So if someone comes, there will not be any police. There's no police in space. It's gonna take a long while, and nobody feels like it's not part of any country. So if you encounter someone who does a crime, you gotta take care of it yourself. You gotta have your own defense. You basically have to create your own country, and then we get back to the whole mess of collaborating with the country and doing all sort of things, like creating regulations and bureaucracy and levels of hierarchy where you can only be one part of the hierarchy, and you can't be at the top of the hierarchy unless you are the winner or something. Unless you're the best at being at the top of the hierarchy. So then the question, then it's like, okay, doing things in space is also a bunch of boring hard work or scary work. So the only solution, like the best kind of solution if you want no problems, is just be part of a country and make or play games. Because then you can do whatever you want in those games. Almost whatever you want. Almost. But there's most freedom in a game. What will happen when AI start to take over and stuff? I don't know if I want to go into that. Yeah, this break became... I went to this area of talking, and I feel like I've used up stuff in my brain instead of taking a complete break. I've been thinking and using my executive functions and speech, my Broca's area. I can sense the vacation mode from outside. This other kind of frequency of mind. Another culture, maybe even. Vacation is a piece of a culture. And if you isolate it, it is a culture. Yeah, now I don't know what to do anymore. Now my mind is filled with larger perspectives. Maybe it helps me to consolidate my focused work on the game and stuff with my bigger perspective of life. So it becomes easier for me to get back into the work when my mind is ready for it. sun has gone into a little bit of cloud, and I feel like I've lost something. I've lost power. I feel like I've lost something, and I feel weak in my mind. I feel undecided. I feel, yeah, I don't have the momentum as I had before. It's like sleep, it's like rest. When you're sleeping, you cannot defend yourself, you're weak, but you're also healing. So you want to make sure that you're safe when you sleep, so you're not hurt. And the same goes when you're relaxing and recouping. You want to make sure that your mind is safe. I think the only solution now is either to work on something specific or to work out. And working out is going to lead to a shower and then lead to eating food. And I need to do that fast enough before I start craving food, because I don't want to eat before I exercise. But I don't crave food I don't crave food right now. I can do something. I need to not listen to the sound outside. So I'll probably put some music on in my headphones. Maybe I'll close the window a bit more. Maybe the curtain can also give some focus and isolation from the sound. But what task should I be doing? It should be something. What is the perfect task to be doing right now? Almost meditating or something, or listening to Terry Riley, Rainbow and Curved Air. Yeah, it's like a intuitive work or something. I know what I can do. One thing, I can pick the exercise that I'm gonna do, because that I need to do anyways. Picking the right exercise, that might be the right thing to do. Immune system booster Kriya. Is this a documentary? No, it's just surface. I am working right now. My mind is working. It's just thinking about really big picture things. Here's a really big picture. My playlists on YouTube. I have a bunch of music for the game, and for my other game, a playlist to learn superintelligence, a playlist to learn chip manufacturing, Jörn Mysterium robots themes, Jörn monologue music, Jörn Mysterium sneaky hunt music, my game factory playlist, which should be, whoa, okay, it's using Comfy AI to, I think, yeah, to make art. We have a relax, Pathfinder, end of working day, organize my thoughts on galactic, making factories in general, steel production, math, robot business, Tistou beam. I think that's very focused. I become a beam and I focus. Physics, food, solar power, electricity, the legal stuff regarding AI, peaceful town music. This one feels like it might be the right one. Orbits in space, elemental production, cosmos galactic, soul music, AI course stuff, and now we're getting to older stuff that might not be relevant. Another Tistou space, old movies that I might see, movies that I've seen, Tactor music, oh, certify AI, you know. An old concept, photonic neural networks, gateway games, light spy music, music ambient, Tactor auto mine, 70s music, life education. This looks funny, but it is useful. And art, business, very light. This one is, I've used this one a lot for inspiration when I started working on Jörn Mysterium game. This is kind of the feeling that I want to have when people drive around in the game, like a vacation feeling, or it's one take on it. Spy music, and then Matrix, Line of Stone inspiration. Mastering Godot. This one seems slightly interesting. This might be a good thing to just watch. To see what is possible with Godot, to understand architecture and in general. Not quite, almost, very close. Here are some videos on using Godot to make my house editor. Dungeon synth, low-poly diorama stuff, 3D modeling, making a pizza. I should, on the 26th of June, I should make a pizza. I should buy tomatoes. I should buy crushed tomatoes, a good cheese, and some sliced ham, or not sliced ham. Ham is cheap after Christmas. That's when I usually buy ham. Money is simpler than you think. No, it's my money playlist. Conversation. This might be it. But it will slow me down and not prepare me to do training. Oh, I just realized that I was just thinking of picking the exercise. Yeah. I'm gonna pick the exercise, but I think it's good for me to get a big picture idea here. This one I use to be very efficient when I Godot script. It's focused, the music is really non-distracting. It's like caffeine music. Custom plugins. Yeah. It's been a while since I've been developing Godot, so there might be a lot of good stuff that might be possible. Oh, I just got my other big ideas of game internet protocol. And here's a previous idea of creating a game engine, a detective. I called it Detective Forge that time. Music and add to games. Right. A network. This is connected to my game internet protocol and creating a network of games. Connecting games to each other. Oh, I should not start thinking about that. That will distract me. That's not good. But this might be important. Yeah, I've dug too deep. My mind has now become distracted instead of focused. Thinking about my TNX network and GIP, that distracted me. Here's the idea of making it a minimum viable product of Jörn Mysterium. Like you can click and there's the background and you can walk around. Tile maps makes it easy to walk around and it becomes isometric, but it's tricky to connect to reality. You have to custom make the levels. The levels cannot be made by AI anymore. I would have to divide the work into several layers, like creating the walls, creating the floor, creating benches or whatever, estimating the architectural layout of a room, and then simplifying it and making it walkable. It's things that I had to do regardless, but maybe a floor plan is best to generate. It's best to generate a floor plan and then make that 2D. Maybe that's part of granularity. take a scene, take images from a scene, make a correct floor plan with walkable areas and obstacles and places where you can put items and things that you can open, and then start to categorize the things in the scene. Then pick a camera angle, then populate the scene based on where you can walk and doors and stuff. It might be a cool thing. Preferably I would have something like this, rather than kind of Monkey Island style. I'm getting hungry when I look at this. I haven't had pizza in a while. T-Nix. Yeah. That is my bigger idea of a game engine. Nexus, Tistou Nexus. Which is, I guess, the name of my root AI system to develop games. No, or maybe it's the Game Atelier. Maybe I should prime myself of the work that I'm gonna do after I've been training, showering and eating. That is a good idea. Prime myself for the work that I'm gonna do after. And that is game design. Or the Groundhog Day. Maybe I should look at my own documents. Can you look through my Jörn Mysterium folder? Let's find it. And look for all things related to the idea of Groundhog Day game mechanics. This is about game design of the experience similar to the movie Groundhog Day, where the day repeats. The folder contains a lot of folders. Contains a point and click game with 3D driving mechanics. This then should connect to the mechanics of Groundhog Day. I want a full report on all ideas regarding this. Copy. Oh, I even get to use Gemini 3 Flash Preview. Cool. I'll start by listing contexts of the Jörn Mysterium directory returns in the project, searching it for relevant files or folders. Read folders. I'll search for keywords like groundhog, loop, repeat, day, reset, cycle, across project, definitions, time loop mechanics. I'll examine the contents of Gemini Workspace, Outlook's archive, task result, and Gemini Workspace high-level design decisions. Additionally, I'll search for the file groundhogday.md mentioned in task. I'll read Jörn Mysterium narrative canon, Groundhog Day, for the canonical narrative details. I'll also examine Gemini Workspace, Outlook's archive, task result, MD. In Gemini Workspace, this analysis of Groundhog Day mechanics and their application to Jörn Mysterium is exceptionally detailed and well structured. No, it's not. Highlighting key elements like the constant external world versus the variable internal protagonist. Oh my god, it's pumping out. The significance of the 06 reset signal and the 5-phase progression. It also emphasizes that moral transformation is built through cumulative small actions and that the loop break is tied to internal change rather than just solving the mystery. Oh, this is a lot. This is a lot of stuff that I need to go back into. I'll now examine Gemini Workspace Outlook's archive, task 294, and does it further. So I'll locate and read that file. Also reference 5 emotional phases associated with Maslow's hierarchy. This is much more advanced than I need. This is much more advanced, much more like the ideas are overwhelmingly many. And these are just all the ideas that I've had, not things that I've decided to do. I'm going to read Utrecht's loop, game design, okay, gather extensive details on Jörn Mysterium's Groundhog Day mechanics, including a time loop where the world resets but the protagonist's knowledge persists. The game is structured into 5 emotional acts, mirroring Phil Cornor's journey with chapters functioning like cases that trigger resets. Should I have different cases? Key persistence elements include knowledge, relationships, stages, and central notebook, while moral transformation is achieved through small, unrewarded actions that lead to a loop break tied to internal growth. Right. The gameplay blends 2D investigation with 3D driving using an 06 audio cue to signal loop starts. I'll now briefly check relations system specification to complete my report. Okay. I've synthesized a comprehensive view of Jörn Mysterium's Groundhog Day mechanics. Game centers on a constant world variable protagonist loop, where the world resets daily at a signal 06 or 09, but the protagonist's knowledge, notebook entries, or maybe it should reset at 00. That's better. Where do I write this? I'm gonna write it in a Groundhog Day mechanics. Maybe. Day resets when player reaches just like the movie. Okay, good. That's one decision. I guess this is the work that we'll do after exercise. I don't know if I should read. Yeah, I think I should read this. I should get a good overview as detailed as possible before I do the training. So then after all of my resting, I have that all in my mind, ready to start writing Groundhog Day. I wish I had access to my Claude. Then I know it will access the right files. I could potentially print all the documents. Yeah, I could list all the documents related to Groundhog Day mechanics and then print them and then go through them to pick out to design the MVP features. That is very tempting. Or I don't have to print them, I can put them on my TV and go through them one by one. That is an idea. Wait, this is need to be distilled into game mechanics and not into content. Like I should have story beats, but I shouldn't say what should be in the story beats. I should have scenes, but I shouldn't say what should be in the scenes. I need the elements, which are part of the point and click stuff. The Groundhog Day mechanics is related to telling a great story. That's one of the purpose of the Groundhog Day mechanics. Maybe I shouldn't be writing mechanics now. I should be writing more like a plan of what I should be doing. Intuitively, I feel like I should write it on a little whiteboard, because then I can easily change and upgrade it and draw images to save time. But do I need to draw images? Golden hour plan. Golden hour plan. Saturday. I'm gonna add that like time to my Saturday. I guess that's part of the sprint. It's like I'm starting the sprint. Like I'm starting the sprint. But I still needed a little bit of rest before I did this, so I think it's good that I was standing by the window and just doing things. But it might have been more beneficial if I actually did exercise and then went to work on this, and then showered, and then went to work on this, and then ate, and then went to work on this. That might have been the best way to do it. Golden hour plan. The goal is to go through all files on the computer with ideas regarding Groundhog Day. One by one. Open file on TV. Listen to music. Stream. I'm going to stream it. Wipe square whiteboard. Convert ideas into general mechanics. General. Camera is not focusing. Go through all files. Go through all files. Talk to AI. It will probably be ChatGPT, but or maybe I should not decide to talk to AI. That feels like a maybe. Create Groundhog Day MVP mechanics. Is that enough? The workflow is not completely decided. I need to completely decide it so I can work more like a machine. The text does not fit on this one whiteboard. So I have to abandon the idea of using the whiteboard, and I've only used text anyway. So I might as well use computer. Workflow. Grammatic mechanics. Golden hour plan. Go through all files on the computer. Read each Groundhog Day related file one by one. Open file. On TV. 2. Do I need to list them? I'm gonna want to. What? Actually, let's not make numbers, then I have to change all the numbers all the time. Listen to GM inspirational music. Open file on TV. I'm going to stream. Stream. Procedure. Categorize ideas from file into general game mechanics. either create a new category or we don't need to categorize. Convert, distill ideas into general mechanics. One bubble per mechanic. Open next file. When all files have been gone through, whiteboard should be full of game mechanic ideas. I also kind of want to make decisions like this here. Either or convert idea into a decision. Write it in this file down below. Groundhog Day, the decisions. And this file should be full of decisions. Maybe that would work. This file should definitely be somewhere in Jörn Mysterium. Game design. Or maybe I should put it in Nytt, because that's where I usually put things that I've made that the AI can look at. Okay. How do I set up the stream for this? I have the TV there. Do I have the text document on the TV? I have the text document on the TV on one side, and I have my Golden Hour Groundhog Day on the one side. Webcam pointing to whiteboard. One half is this file, one half is the groundhog. That's the plan. Repeat. Open next. Oh, I guess it's repeat. Now I can put it in numbers. There we go. Now we have a great plan. Let's wipe this whiteboard. Great! Let's just put that down there. Wait, what should I do with this though? Yes, I'm gonna read this now. Ask Gemini to list all files related to Groundhog Day and make a txt document. Should I make a txt? Would might be could make a document. Make a document in the Obsidian project that links to each file, so I can easily open up them one by one. That's what I'll do. That's what I will do after eating. I wonder if I will remember it. Surely I will remember it. I'll write a note. Golden hour plan. Groundhog mech txt. Okay, now let's read this like a summary of everything, like a skeleton or something where I can put all of my knowledge and remember, and demonstrates internal growth through small and rewarded helpful acts. Mechanically, getting to know someone is as valuable as solving puzzles, and the Eleanor style investigation is complemented by top-down 3D design where time management is key. I'll now finalize the report with these findings. Report: Groundhog Day game mechanics in Jörn Mysterium. Based on an investigation of the project files in home Tistou Nexus Jörn Mysterium, the Groundhog Day time loop mechanic is the central, structural and philosophical pillar of the game. Why did you scroll down? What? It is not merely a gameplay gimmick, but is deeply integrated into narrative progression, character relationships, and the protagonist's emotional arc. The core loop, constant world, variable protagonists. The game follows the Groundhog Day rule of an immutable external world, contrasted with a persistent internal experience for the player. The reset signal. Every loop begins with a specific audio cue at 6 o'clock or 9 o'clock. Candidates include a church bell, locomotive whistle, or radio signal. That's pretty good. Okay, I'm gonna add to read this again later. The first file to read is the Gemini CLI summary report. Mirroring the "I got you, babe" alarm in the movie. Oh, okay, it's the wake up cue. The beginning. Okay, it's the wake up cue. World reset. At the end of the day, midnight, or voluntary sleep. At the end of the day. World reset. All physical objects in C position is standard to return to the starting state. Cool. Knowledge persistence. The protagonist. What are you doing, Gemini CLI? Where am I? Knowledge persists. The protagonist, and thus the player, is the only one who remembers previous loops. This knowledge is mechanically tracked via a notebook that stores evidence, clues, and character profile across resets. Good. You can almost scroll all the time. Narrative structure. The 5 emotional phases. The game's acts are explicitly mapped to the psychological journey Phil Carr's undergoing in the movie. This is referred to as the C10 phase system. Denial, Act 1. The protagonist is confused and distant. Frost, relationship stage. Whatever. Hedonism, despair. The protagonist experiments with the loop's lack of consequences. A lot of this stuff is kind of old stuff that I had ideas before that I don't want later, but the files are in the project, and this is kind of a context contamination or something. It's things that needs to be cleaned up, but AI, like, it costs tokens to clean things up, and I don't have a good system for it. I haven't had a good system for cleaning up things. I'm not sure if there is a good system. Anyway, hedonism, despair, Acts 2-3. The player's experience with the loop's lack of consequences, leading to a deep freeze where things seems hopeless. Acceptance. The protagonist begins to master case and understand the town's rhythm. Helpfulness. The hamartia tragic flaw is broken. The protagonist helps NPCs through small unrewarded actions. Warped resolution. The loop breaks not just because a mystery is solved, but because the protagonist has undergone an internal transformation and earned their place in the community. Relationship system. Frost to warm. Instead of numerical stats, listeners handles through narrative rest stages that persists across loops. Frost is cold and guarded. Spricka, cracks in the facade, starting to open up. Pratsam, sharing aspects of themselves. Warm, trust and vulnerability. Mechanical value, type C rewards. A warm relationship can serve as a shortcut for a puzzle, For example, a character who trusts you might give you a key or a tool that allows you to bypass a complex investigation step. Investigation and gameplay mechanics. The game blends a Noir-style investigation with the time loop. Evidence versus action. Players find clues in 2D point-and-click scenes, eye, hand, mouth, verbs. These clues are used in dialogue to push NPCs through relationship stages or uncover secrets. 3D driving and time management. Driving between locations takes place in a top-down 3D view. Time ticks during travel, forcing players to optimize their daily route based on knowledge gained in previous loops. Risk-free experimentation. The loop allows players to fail. Risk-free experimentation. Fail, safely triggering aggressive dialogue or showing the wrong evidence and then using that knowledge to succeed in the next iteration. Breaking the loop. The break is tied to hamartia correction. The protagonist's strategic flaw, identified as fear of reaching out, must be corrected through a series of small, unrecorded, helpful acts. Cumulative transformation. There is no single hero moment. Instead, the sum of small gestures helping an old lady fixing a tool builds warmth in the town. The confirmation. The loop breaks only after the protagonist has changed internally and an NPC provides an external confirmation of that change. Someone staying with them past the reset time. Like in the game. Summary of key files for reference. Narrative canon. Deep study of the moves, technique and their application. Utilitarian loop. How the investigation loop and chapters function. EDD relation system. Details on the frost-to-warm relationship mechanics. Game networks output, archive tasks, results. Audit of system mechanics, time loop investigating inventory. Great. 96% use. I have some stuff left. Flash, and then I have light. I wonder if this is connected to my same account as my personal, because I talked to Gemini today. Anyways, we got a complete plan. Now I'm tired. It's time to work out. Should I just copy all of this? Then I have it. Now I can get back to this conversation later if I want to. Now let's find the workout for today. I wonder what workout it should be. What workout should it be? Yesterday I did my military workout, and for that I did running, and before that I did yoga. I feel maybe like yoga, but I want I should probably eat some sugar before I start training. I feel my sugar is low, but I don't feel super hungry. So maybe I am not low sugar. Maybe it's something else. Kind of feels something like this, but this one maybe that's 30. Doesn't give me the aerobic. This is not aerobic tempo. This seems like it could potentially be breathing and then moving. I don't think this is aerobic tempo. Is this another one? Is this gonna be a lot of shoulder stuff? This is shoulder, more shoulder. 5 minutes. A lot of shoulder movements. And then those movements. And jumping. More shoulder movements. She's focusing so much on shoulder movements. I don't know if I should do shoulder movements today. I saw one cleansing the whole body. Complete smile. Maybe this is adapted for male or more. It's not clearly yet. Total body cleanse. This is what I was thinking maybe. That's easy. Kinda easy. I don't know if this is aerobic tempo. Intermediate yoga. This one seems tempting. A lot of movements. Doesn't seem quite aerobic. Hatha yoga. I think, how do you usually have a higher tempo? It might be the right, this might be the right one for me. Or something this. It's longer than I usually do. Because a lot of static. I prefer moving rather than static. Because moving is more natural for the body. There's a lot of static stuff. This is similar to the one I usually do. Okay, though. I don't want gentle. On Kundalini for energy. I don't even know the difference between Kundalini and the rest of the ones, but I just know that Kundalini is supposedly the one that leads to enlightenment fastest, or something like that. It does the most work. Yeah, I think this is the one. We'll do this. it in. Let's move the camera. And I need to hear the sound. So it needs to be quite loud, which means that I cannot really have it. I feel like using the other angle. Or maybe even putting it down here. There. I'm gonna close this to get rid of some sounds. And I guess yeah, I'm gonna turn off the sound, but you can see the video. I will now start the training. Actually, I need to move this to the other. Like that. So and now.
You are a woman, and that means you have powerful...
Okay, I'm not a woman, but I don't know if it's...
generative energy within you accessible to you at all times. And this short kriya, we're going to tap in.
I guess I can't do this one because I'm not a woman. I mean, we have different biologies. What am I supposed to do? It looked like it could be good. Like it's probably not. It might not be for a woman. Like me, it might be in general, and she just put for a woman. So I don't know, to create a safe space. I'm gonna search for something intense Kundalini yoga. Full body workout. This is not full body workout. This is shoulder workout. This is only shoulder workout. Raw Kundalini yoga. Okay, this is a new teacher. Let's see.
Welcome to Kundalini Yoga with Yogi Emmanuel. We start by sitting comfortably in a regular seated position.
Yeah. Probably a lot of breathing, and this is probably like beginner yoga. I would prefer something more intense, but it might be more intense, and I think it will still be good. Like it will still be really good. I'm gonna make my balance screen because I'm gonna use TV. Actually, the training one. There's the training one. It's like I'm sitting beside him or something. Okay. See you later, alligator. That was great. That was almost perfect. I got sweaty. I don't know if it was quite aerobic tempo. I didn't think about that. I didn't measure. And I definitely got a strong effect on the mind. I could sense it here. So I feel like the Kundalini part, the yoga Kundalini part was good, very good. I'm gonna do that exercise again. That video again, I'm gonna save it. It felt easy to do meditation afterwards. But it was it was very heavy on the shoulders. It wasn't as heavy as the other one, but it was heavy on the shoulders. Good, now it's saved. I think I found the music that I might listen to this. I don't know if it's good. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's not that good. Maybe I'll listen to this. Depends what I feel like. This one I was also thinking of maybe. That one was yesterday at the golden hour. Potentially we could do that one, or yeah, good. We have some music suggestion even. I felt hungry first for cookies, which contains of butter, flour, sugar, a little bit of baking powder, and vanilla. I felt really like I wanted to eat those baked cookies. And then I kind of realized it was mainly the baked butter that I wanted, or the butter, or the heated butter or something. There's some ingredient in those cookies, or some combination that has this really nice taste. And that's what I wanted. It's something about heavily cooked butter. Maybe I wanted trans fats or something, or just cooked food that were slightly higher in sugar. But I didn't necessarily want the sugar part. Maybe cooked sugar, like, yeah, maybe that's, or maybe it's a part of the cooked sugar. Maybe it's the burnt part, not the burnt, but the brown part. Okay, exercise is done. I feel quite tired, exhausted, but I feel good. I feel kind of stable. It was heavy on the back and the neck. good, I think. But I think the combination of creatine and caffeine might push a little too much on some muscles. Easy to pull yourself or overexert yourself. So, I don't know. Now, I don't know if I should take a shower. Yes, I should take a shower. And then eat food. Yeah, that's gonna be great. That is gonna be amazing great. Oh, the rest of the day is gonna be so freaking good. I'm so happy I'm streaming this to record for the future. So good. Okay. Showering. that was a great shower. I remember the later couple of days I've not been taking a hot shower, and I've not got that lethargy, super tiredness. So I'm pretty sure it's that a heated shower does create some kind of lethargy. I don't know if it's good or if it's bad. I'm leaning towards good, that it has some kind of good effect. I also trimmed my hair so I could easily see and explore my little bump. You can't see, it's only something you can feel, but it's connected to the skin and not to the bone. I might look at it later, probably not during stream, but I've been pondering if I should do a little surgery, like Terminator surgery, like this. It depends on what it is. If it is just lymphatic stuff that needs to drain, then I want it to solve for itself. If it's an ingrown hair, then I might want to, then I don't need to cut it open. Then I just need to find like a little hole and then pull out the hair. And if it's cancer, I don't think it's cancer, because it's smaller now than before. So I think it might be lymphatic drainage that come to it's been kind of stuck there, or an ingrown hair that got a little bit infected or something. If it's cancer, then I also feel like the body should handle it by itself. Maybe I would do some fasting in that case. Or yeah, and if it doesn't go away, then I would see a doctor. Anyway, now, yeah, one more thing. This Kundalini practice I did today was really good. I feel creative. I'm starting to feel creative, but I think it's actually probably mainly due to me actually getting closer on finishing the plan and finding a plan that for completing the game, which releases like cognitive stress and load, and makes it available for me to be more creative and have fun with things. So I think it's more something like that. Yeah. And if that's the case, if I get better at planning and executing, then I should get more creative, regardless if I do Kundalini or not. But Kundalini is something I'll probably do more often. Now I'm gonna make some food, and I'm simply just gonna microwave and prepare some omega-3, multivitamin, creatine, vitamin D and K2. I really want to eat some butter for some reason. I just realized that roasted sesame seeds, flax and sunflower, and the liquid from the jalapeno jar tastes amazing. Now I'm gonna eat. And I'm not gonna do anything. Just like yesterday. I guess there's a slight difference from yesterday in that I'm streaming. food is not warm enough. That's strange. I microwave for a total of 3 minutes. That's usually enough. I'm going to put it in more. A good meal as always. Dessert. This is really good. I look forward to this every time I eat dinner, and I remember I can drink this after. That's a great feeling. It's my cacao mix is about 1 tablespoon of cacao, some Ayurvedic spices, 1-2 deciliter of milk, and a handful of blueberries. This seals the deal. I'm feeling great. Perfect temperature. There is a limitation to take these breaks on stream because knowing I'm being watched and thinking about that, it's a self-inhibition. It's not just that I stop myself from behavior, I also stop since I stop the behavior, I'm also stopping like the whole thought of the behavior. Like it's I'm kind of domesticating myself, so I'm less wild in my thinking and I'm kind of restricted. So that's not good for creativity, but it might be good for my long-term collaboration skills, because if I continually think about what other people think are okay or interesting, then I can collaborate easier than if I think about things that are not interesting or too strange for people. I kind of wanted more of that cacao mix, but I put like my usual max dose. I could put more. Maybe another day. Now I'm entering the golden hour. I've done my morning work, I've done my exercise, did the morning part call, did my showering, did my eating, even my dessert, and now I'm in a very calm, satisfied state. And yesterday it was a really good idea to put on some nice music and let my creativity flow, but I still had like the goal in mind that I care about, which yesterday was to do planning. And today it is not to plan, but instead to do game design. When I'm streaming that whiteboard live, I need to move my desks closer, which is a small project, but it's not hard, so I'm gonna do that. And it's hard to show it as well because the camera is attached to the computer that needs to be moved. One day I'll find a different solution to this. Or maybe I won't, because it's a good heavy lifting exercise, and it's not often that I get to lift heavy stuff, and it's yeah, might be a good piece of activity. Okay, let's see how close do we need to be. Yeah, we need to be a little bit closer. see how this looks. That's good. That really gives it a solid zoom in. It's not perfect, but if I put it even closer, I could do that, but it would feel a little bit cramped. But I think it's worth it. Let's go even closer. Oh no, something happened to a screen. Now I feel camera should be, it would be better if it could be erased somehow. Yeah, I think that's where we're at. This is as good as it gets. Okay, let me open my little document plan. Golden hour, land ground load egg mechanics MVP, go through our files on computer, reach its ground load related file one by one. It's gonna feel a lot, but we'll do it slowly. Half of this file, okay, it's gonna be on the TV, so we're gonna put it there. Oh, now I can see it. But the other half will be not that one, but the Obsidian program. Yes, this, and I'm gonna need some music, but I'm gonna use my headphones because I cannot share the music with you because of copyright. Let's see what happens. One problem is I cannot see the chat, but there's no one chatting and nobody has been chatting, so the likelihood of someone coming in to chat is very low. I guess I'll just turn one of the screens slightly. So I can see it at least. the music is not really, it's okay, but it's not really doing it. I think I'm gonna go with this one. Okay, let's I'm gonna move my keyboard as well because I'm gonna need to write. And I also need to turn this on. Hello. If I remember correctly, okay, I was gonna ask Gemini to list all the files. Make a thorough search, anything related to this air mechanics. Be sure to include the idea files as well. Maybe include all mechanic and game design files here. I want you to make a complete list of all files, then make a document listing each file in the Jörn Mysterium folder. It is a obsidian vault, so please interlink the file in the each file to please make a clickable link to each file in the list of files. Maybe it'll understand. You gotta go with a simpler one. That's strange because I had 64% before. And now it's 100. It's very strange. Maybe, just maybe, I still have some cron jobs that are running Gemini. I can use the flashlight model. Is it like that? Well, is it like that? Yeah. Yeah, I have two running. One is Gemini cron and one is the Claude cron. Yeah, so this one runs, still runs to deal with things. But I guess it doesn't do much because it doesn't get new tasks from the main agent. Okay, well, I got that. This model might still be able to do all of it. I feel quite hot. Fil förteckning. Okay. Let's see if it worked. What? What just happened? What? Shouldn't I just be able to click it and then come to it? No, I don't want to open it MD. Well, actually that might be better. Because then I can really focus on one at a time. This is gonna be taxing on my brain, because the AI are using so many different made up different systems for all of these different files. So every file will be just understanding it will take work. But there wasn't too many files. It was not at all many files. But it doesn't link to this file. I don't feel like it found everything. What? I don't want a complete file overview, and I don't want only the most important, but I guess we might satisfy. The point is to create a good enough MVP game mechanics, but I think, can we copy file path? Can we paste it there? This is so weird. Obsidian. How am I supposed to add? As Obsidian URL. Add link. What? Just a selected. There we go. That will do. Does it even work though? This is what I was thinking of before. We'll go to that one last then. Maybe this will be enough. The music is not good enough. What music should I choose? Is this the same? This was the AI by AI music. Wasn't good enough. Maybe something like this. It's not distracting, so that's good. This will probably be good enough. Change the there you go. Oh, the whiteboard is in the way. Well, I guess it will have to be in the way. Or we can move it to this side. Yeah. Okay. Let's see how far we get. Gemini summary. Should I read that one again? I've synthesized a comprehensive view of Jörn Mysterium. I think I should take a photo of this one and clean it up. The music is too dark and mysterious. It's kind of good though. I guess it's good enough. I don't know what else to listen to. Is Gemini gonna do the annoying thing where it automatically scrolls down? I've synthesized a comprehensive view of Jörn Mysterium's Groundhog Day mechanics. The game centers on a constant world variable protagonist loop, where the world resets daily at a signal 06 or 09. But the protagonist's knowledge, notebook entries and relationship flags persist. Progress is tracked through the notebook and a 4-stage relationship system. After architecture, select MVP for one dev day. And select for each sprint feature for future. Yeah. Very simple. The music is good. It was a good decision. Let's move these. Ground Hog Day mechanics. Purpose. Telling a great story. One done. Night monologue. That is a feature. Very simple. Very simple to develop. Very valuable. Valuable to the player. few bubbles. We don't deal with that now. Done. Let's make a little box here. There we go. Now we got structure. Cool. Marking the text Gemini CLI made it not scroll. Okay. I'm tired to the point where my eyes are kind of, I feel like they're getting dry or something. And my body is tired and my mind is tired, but I'm not. I guess it's still like a stable momentum where I can still work. I think a lot of blood is going into my digestive tract because I've just eaten. That's the main thing. So, let's get back to it. I've synthesized a comprehensive view of Jörn Mysterium's ground-out day mechanics. The game centers on a constant world, variable protagonist, loop. Let's go into that first. Constant world, variable constant world, variable protagonist. Maybe I need to write more clearly, because this is gonna be a lot of stuff on this. Where the world resets daily at a signal. I'm gonna write that it starts at, should it start at, just like the movie. Strange that it changed to this. Now it didn't. Wait. 5 emotional acts. Acts. Five acts. It can be any number of acts, but we're gonna have a number of acts. We're gonna have day reset. end of day reset, start of day. This can be any number. This can be any number. Chapters functioning like cases. Plural. Key persistence elements include persistence elements. Persistence. Notebook. I think some items. Persistent items. Moral transformation, knowledge, relationship stages, central notebook. Knowledge. Is knowledge separate from notebook? No. Relationship stages. I'm not sure about that one, but we're writing it there. Moral transformation is achieved through small, unrewarded actions that lead to a loop break tied to internal growth. The gameplay blends 2D investigation with 3D driving. The investigation. (3D driving). Q, like the radio in the movie. Go back to this one. Synthesize comparative view of Jörn Mysterium mechanics. Game centers on a constant world variable protagonist loop where the world uses alien signal for the protagonist's knowledge, not reactors, and relationship flags persists. Flags. Progress is tracked through the notebook and a 4-stage relationship system. frost and warm. The music is not good enough. It's kind of good, but I want something even better. I don't really want something that feels like a this might be it. No, that's not it either. What is the music that I'm looking for? Why are these so huge so suddenly? What the heck? What the fuck? Why are these so freaking huge on the side? That's more like it. Maybe focus mode. This is kind of good actually. Listen to this. Kind of. Let's give it a chance. Now let's get back to... Actually, I need something else. Is there a jazz? No. Is this really acid jazz? No, that's not what I want. Bongos and marimbas. Well, this one is happy. It's good, but it's not what I'm looking for right now. Maybe this. Yep. I think so. Oh, I have to change the... There we go. Okay, let's get back to... Progress tracked through the notebook and a four-step relation system driven by story beats. Narratively, the game follows 5 emotional phases. 5 emotional phases. Yeah, this was the right music, I think. Does it need to be 5? Let's use a number there. I think it's connected to 5 acts. What? I thought I learned how to trick to have it stay. Faces, denial, hedonism, deep freeze, loosening, and a warmth with the loop breaking only when the protagonist overcomes their hamartia. Hamartia. Internal growth. I'm beginning to feel like the game mechanics I'm developing are basically to tell a story. And it can be any story. Mechanically, getting to know someone is as valuable as solving puzzles. Getting to know someone. Solving puzzles. Time management. Okay. Based on an investigation of the project files in folder, the ground based time loop mechanic is the central structural philosophical pillar. The time loop. That's important. It's not merely a gameplay gimmick, but it's deeply integrated into the narrative progression. I wonder if Gemini can create a mind map. I wonder if Gemini can create this mind map. The core loop. Constant world variable protagonist. Wait, I wanted to add the other ones. Character relationships. Protagonist emotional arc. The core loop consists of variable protagonist. The game follows the grounded day rule of an immutable external world. Contrasted with the persistent, is it immutable or not? Because I think you should be able to get like some persistent items or something, like a key. The reset signal loop begins with a specific audio cue. What it actually is might be different. Mirroring. World reset at the end of the day. All physical objects, NPC positions, and external layers restore the state. World reset. Objects. All objects to starting state. World reset. Let's put this pen on hold Let's see if we can get something working. Knowledge persistent. The protagonist and thus the player is the only one who remembers previous loops. This knowledge is mechanically tracked with notebook. Stores evidence, clues. I don't know what's the difference between evidence and clues. Character profiles. Let's just put it characters there. Narrative structure. 5 emotional phases. The game's acts are explicitly mapped to the psychological journey Phil Collins undergoes in the movie. This is referred to as the C10 phase system. Okay, let me check that later. Or should I? Denial is these ones. Yeah. Denial, hedonism, despair. Acceptance. Helpfulness. Helpfulness. Warmth. Confused. Distant. The protagonist experience with the loop lacks of consequences. Defreeze. Hopeless. Lack of consequences. Acceptance. Understand town. Unrewarded actions. Warmth. Loop break. Internal transformation. Loop break. Relationship system. Frost to warm. Instead of numerical stats, relationships are handled through narrative röststadier. Röststadier. Frostspricka. Öppen 5. Öppen var, okej. It was just for. Type C rewards. A warm relationship can serve as a shortcut for puzzle. A warm investigation. A gameplay mechanic. The game blends a linear style investigation with a time loop. Evidence versus action. Players find clues in 2D. Eye, hand, mouth. Verbs or actions. Freely driving, time management, NPC dialogues. Driving between location takes place in the top-down 3D view. Time ticks during travel. Time ticks during travel. Forcing players to optimize their daily route based on knowledge gained in previous loop. Yep. Risk-free experimentation. The loop allows players to fail safely, trying aggressive dialogue or showing the wrong evidence and using that knowledge to succeed in the next iteration. I'm gonna put something gradually solve the mystery. Solve the mystery. fun to start over. That should be near the results. Breaking the loop. The break is tied to how much Chia. Loop break. Must be corrected through a series of small unrecorded helpful acts, cumulative transformation. There is no single hero moment. Cumulative transformation. There's no single hero moment. There's also builds warmth in town. Building warmth in the town. Confirmation. The loop breaks only after players have changed internally and the NPC provides external confirmation chain. Someone staying within past recent time. Is that really? Someone staying within past recent time. Summary key files, and now we go to the field for technique. Lager 3 spill task 294 GD lager system mechaniker state of the dock audit sections inventorying rubric GD lager 3 system and mechaniker. Interaction system. Tyler 3 tutorial. Start. Mechanics one by one. Inventory. Persistent stuff. Where does this refer to? Let's have this. Was it 5 or 4? Don't remember. It was 5, wasn't it? Yeah. Those looks more like squares than bars. That doesn't look right. Ish. It's 39. Cutscenes to act. I guess if I just create one act and then I that makes it easier. Illusion of choice, humor, autonomous, comment, dialogue. Specification of dialogue model, Indiana Jones, tutorial. Skriver to the singer. Level of clue levels. Where are the clues? Clue levels. Easy, mid, hard. Character secrets. This music was really good. The Vault one. Spy jazz, big brass, cool beats, the Alpine Vault affair. It's not overly good, but it's up there. Ideas for mechanic, snow tracks. Snow tracks. Should we have snow tracks? Is there snow? Is there snow in this town? In November. Beginning of November has no snow. And end of November has snow. Is there a way to affect the weather? Is there a way to make it colder? If you have a loop over every day. November day. It would be nice maybe if the first day is not a loop and then you wake up and the day is a loop and each act leads to unlocking a new day. So there are 5 days. Clues. It's getting crowded here at the clues, but clues. Snow tracks. Snooping, trick questions. Trick questions. frågar om hur spelet språrar. Jag tror jag missade ledtrådar. Missed clues. Game time. Structure. Stretch a movie from 2 hours to 6 hours. Because it's a game, it will take longer. Act. Music. Cutscene. Music. Ideas for Maslow. Detailed 5 emotional phases. Triggering acts. Games visual and auditive style. Define visual signature. Feeling nostalgic. Norse. Midsummer Murders. Ideas for sound, landscape, music creation, reaction, atmospheric sound, winter. Questions about DIY versus Disney music. Define emergence. Rosa Tapsi. Reference to a separate specification file for relation system. Listing ideas not for core. Special mechanics. Listing specific mechanics. Eating as a mechanism. Eating. Drinking. Gathers the most important undecided questions. Budget, production, availability. Reference to separate specific. Document status. Oh, a bunch of references. Questions. Inventory capacity. Unlimited or limited? Makes it more of a game if it's limited. Then you have to pick the things that you need for the thing. But if you fail because you have chosen the wrong things, then you need to redo. Unlimited inventory. That goes in the decision. Unlimited inventory space. Visual, how does it look like? Which things persist and which disappear? Maybe you can decide. Maybe you can decide. Maybe that's why you need a limited. You need to think. We're not there yet. Clock, visual. Clock, stack it in 2D, running in 3D. Maybe I should listen to the soundtrack of LA Noire. Maybe that's what I wanted. Yeah, specific puzzles. Is a story beat one act? What is a story beat? Aesthetics, sound, branching narrative is one idea. No, it's unless that's what it is about. And you have 5 days to do everything. And if you fail, you reset the week? No. Okej. Utredningsloop. Inspiration Eleanor, Rockstar, Team Bondi, B1, B2, time loop, 3 level clues, emotional phases, informative, time system, dialogue model. Swedish LA Noir. Jörn Mysterium tar inspiration från LA Noirs utredningsstruktur. Briefing. Undersök plats. Intervju folk förstå. Whoa. That's I haven't at all been thinking that way. But maybe that's if there are several cases, then that would make sense. There are so many ideas that I have written down that I have that is not in my head, and I don't know if it's presented here. I need a bigger whiteboard. Maybe I need to compress this, all of this, into some stuff. I think that's what I need to do. I'm gonna write the last stuff and then compress, I think. Compressing means taking a photo, uploading a photo, putting a photo on the TV, then redrawing it in a new way. Consolidating in a sense. I have some stinging sensation under my foot, like I have some piece of small piece of glass, but I don't think I have that. I have like an extra sensitive spot under my foot or something. Maybe I need to sit down, drink water. No. Okay. I had two things. This briefing briefing undersökt plats spenderar för spår. And I had another idea when I was talking about that. Several cases or several days. Several cases simultaneously. You find one case at a time, solve one case at a time. I think it's better to just solve one case. That makes it easier to make the story. One case. One case. James Bond. Like James Bond, not LA Noir. Okay. Is that what I was thinking? Let's leave it at that. LA Noir with briefing, explore crime scene, interview people, follow tracks. I don't think we can do it that way. Unless we can track that to the emotional phases. Or we have 5 cases. One for each act. 5 acts. Oh, I already have it. 1 case, 5 acts. Brief, explore, interview, follow tracks. In GTA we don't have that kind of loop. There's a different loop in that game. I think we just gotta let's write it down. Where do we brief? LA Noir case. Brief. Interview. Full tracks. I think we gotta stop there and take a picture of this. It's getting late. I didn't think of that. Maybe I'll have to continue this tomorrow. That's a good photo. I just realized I have been on Do Not Disturb all day on the phone. I might miss a call from the Arbetsförmedlingen. Okay, let's get rid of all the stuff. Things that are decided, I can write on a piece of paper. And put next to the whiteboard. A decision doesn't have to be decided or not, it can have different stages of more or less decided. Because decisions need to be reviewed and changed. This feels nice, having a clean slate. This means I can do brainstorming if I want to, if I get an idea. I don't know if I should move back my tables or not. I need to move when I'm going to do exercise, and that's something I'm going to do tomorrow. So I think I gotta have to move things back. But it's quite easy to move things back because I can just push this back. Strangely enough, I think it's time for the next meal. It's late enough for my egg meal. But I'm not hungry. I feel like I just ate. I think that's the right amount of movement. Maybe I can write what I'm gonna do next on this whiteboard. Look, open, whiteboard, photo on TV. Reorganize. Features to fit more. Look at, feel. What's the name? Förteckning. For next file. I'm gonna see, can you make a mind map of all features related to holiday mechanics so I can get a great overview of everything? It's still good that I did it, because then I know what it is, like what a good mind map is, what a bad. Can I open it in OBS? I mean Obsidian? Let's move my operation. I guess I gotta add that one as well. Open mitt. Golden hour. This work did not feel as good as yesterday when I was listening to corporate dreams and not streaming, and more openly relaxing on the sofa and planning. Let's take a break from the earphones. Oh, that's nice. And it's supposedly made a mind map now. Okay. What? It's a very small mind map. How do I open this mind map? Graphically. Oh, the music is done. That's interesting. Timing. That's 1 hour. Let's get rid of that one. Obsidian canvas. Canvas. Map. Obsidian canvas, obsidian map, mark mind, canvas map. Canvas. Which one? Which one is most minimalistic but also most used? So it has very few bugs. Canvas. Okay, I'm gonna see if I can do this. Where are you, Obsidian? New canvas. Drag from below or double click. What? There's just one node. Make a canvas in the Obsidian project with nodes for each feature relating for each game mechanical feature, and connect the features to each other when they are related. Let's see if we can do it. It has written a file. Okay, let's see if it works. It's completely empty. The canvas in Obsidian that you made is completely empty. Make sure it's correctly formatted, etc. Here we go. This is great. It's a bit simple, but why is this connected 2 times or backwards? Oh, okay. And here is crisscross. Loop architecture, constant yttre värld. Actually. Konstant yttre värld, väder, rutter, tidstider. Variabel protagonist, val, dialog, kunskap, markör, Q, signal. Kunskaps, persistens, relationsstadium. Narrativ fas, 5 faser, rotorsystem, hantera, bevisa interaktioner. I don't know. It doesn't give me. I don't know why this is connected to this. Variable protagonist, narrative. I guess, yeah, makes sense. Huh? Injection. It's kind of good. It is kind of good. It is kind of good. It's kind of good. Anyway, now I'm even more tired than before. And exhausted, kind of. I've been standing up. I think that's one part. Just standing in front of the whiteboard instead of lying down in the sofa, that's probably something that takes a lot of energy from the blood. It might have been worth it though. It might have been worth it. I just got inspiration that maybe I should include, like, my silhouette is pretty cool against the background. Maybe I can be in the game. Let me take an image. And let's find where it ended up in pictures, probably screenshots, probably. There it is. Rename Tistou silhouette. And let's move that to Jörn Mysterium. Okay. I think that's it for today. I've been streaming for 8 hours and 30 minutes. The time is 20:22. One last thing I'm gonna do, I'm gonna see if I can add a clock or something. That seems to not be possible. It might be a special thing. Add a clock to my OBS stream. Is that easy? Aha, browser source. Free widget website to crypto. V-clock, clock tab, copy the URL. Interesting. I don't want PM, thank you. Just time. And the time is correct, but can I set? There we go. And are those saved in? Fuck it. Let's assume it's saved. Customize your look. Copy the URL. OBS. Go to your sources. Click the plus icon. Okay. And then browser. Where is browser? I can't find browser. Sources. Chromium embedded. This is the thing that I don't like with the software world. So many of these unknown obstacles, like sudden obstacles that you just have to work through if you want it. Window capture. No, then I have to open the window every time. It's gonna be nice when AI can figure all this out. Maybe it actually can. Maybe it actually can. I'm gonna skip the time feature for now. It is so tempting to have though. So tempting. Extremely tempting. But in any case I have to restart, like I have to stop streaming if I'm gonna install something else. And then I have to like either redo my scene collection, which is actually not too bad, but it will take time. Or yeah, I think I'm gonna try doing it, but I need to stop the streaming regardless. But is it really worth it? It's gonna nag me if I don't, like, if I don't try to do it, it's gonna nag me. It's just gonna nag and nag and nag and nag and nag until I do it. It's like a piece of karma. It's like my karma says I have to try to do it. I have to do it. I don't know how to get rid of that. Anyways, time to stop streaming. Goodbye.